Hello. It is time. Ah, this is risky. 9. I'm at 9 now. Last time I streamed, that broke all of. Okay, we're good. Is that, let me double check. 9. Okay. I need to copy in this stuff here. So I calculate light gravity power. 1 second actually. Right, calculate light gravity power. which is just this. Points not declared. Okay, right. So I have to get so I have right. Everything needs to be the same size at all times. I have to have this be the number of legs that I have. Like gravity power needs to be the size of the number of legs that I have. Do I get that? Resize to index times 2. Wait, is that right? Yeah, that'd be right. I could use index. Though I kind of don't like using index. Alright, so how about I rework this? Do that. And then I can do index range count. And then roller leg will be legs I index. I'll just say I. Delete that line. This becomes count times 2. And then leg gravity power resize count. I'm just gonna do that. I don't think I really need to do that, but I want to do that. Okay. So now count is going to be it's more like I'm going to look at the number of legs that I have grounded. And I'm kind of thinking, at least in robotics, if you know you're not balancing, should you be like, you know, applying the maximum amount of force so that you essentially guarantee you're going to rotate and hit the ground harder? Wouldn't it be better to realize you're unbalanced as quickly as you can and just kind of lock up to reduce impact forces? Probably right. I don't think I should worry about that though. In fact, it might look more. It might. I don't know. I'm looking at a crawl. I shoot one of its legs off. It only has one leg left, and it goes bloop and flips over like really hard. Like, is that more? Is that better than it shooting a leg off and it just going limp and falling straight down? Probably, right? So, essentially this is just a check to say that, like, skip all this testing stuff and just say if I only had one leg, then just give it max force. But I do have to collect points, so I still need points. We got our packed vector 3 array of points. which is in solve like offsets. And the way these points are calculated, it's probably in the get diff because I know it's a line that I deleted. And I was going to write back, but then 2 days passed. Oh, it's just not even there. Okay. So the point that I'm applying the force in the body, as far as like gravity power is concerned, should be the spring midpoints. It's not going to be the ground point. It's going to be that spring midpoint, which is this value. Now, spring midpoint is relative to the origin, but then I have to add, well, I also have to subtract the center of mass as well. So I could use leg update data, which I don't know why it's not highlighted. It should be highlighted. So we leg update data index times 2. And then I still need to subtract the center of mass because it has to be relative to that. I think. Yeah, subtract origin, subtract center of mass. So I get a global coordinate, which is this, halfway between the ground point and the attachment point. And then I need to subtract center of mass. So we can kind of do some of this. Points, if not, leg apply ground forces. I'll use that. And then if we do have it, it's going to be this minus center of mass. And then I think if I ever find this, I also like technically what I should do is, let me check this, is grounded and not stepping. So basically I can check if we are grounded. If we're grounded, or if we're not grounded, I'm going to guarantee that it's going to be 0. It'll still be infinity, but then I'm going to guarantee that that force value is 0. I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to say I'm just going to force it to be 0. And then I'm going to write in here to do while still grounded, scale out. You know, I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm actually going to do that. If we're greater than 0, I'm going to do this check. If leg is grounded, So if we're still grounded, then what I'm going to do is do leg gravity power, leg index. I'm going to cut it in half. Technically it should be more like a damping thing, but how do I make it so that half of it decays? So it has like a half-life of a second or something. How would that work? Because I would have to continuously be multiplying the value. Right. 1 second. I don't know if I multiply it by half. But then multiplying it by half and then state step doesn't seem right. So it'd be more like... Okay, let me try looking it up. What to multiply by... Why did I get Minecraft? Why did I get Minecraft? Why am I getting Minecraft? Oh my gosh. I type in ticks and it's like, oh, Minecraft? One half to the power of the step value. One half to the power of the step value. Okay. V is 1. Interesting. Okay. What if I want it to be 10% every second? That's probably more what it should be, like 10% every second. And then after another second, it should be 0, 1. Okay. That is some good math to know. Actually, that really is. And if we're not going to set to 0, so This will ensure that whatever the leg is, as it's lifting, it's going to drop its power 10% every second. So it should be really fast. But it should be smooth enough. And I'm pretty sure there's probably like 3 or 4 ticks, I guess, of that. Which means if V... I mean, V would be like 1 out of 6, right? So probably in the worst case, or I guess in the general case, when it lifts, it's going to be this value, right? And then I mean, that's probably not fast enough, to be honest, because it might do this 3 times. So it's not really dropping as quick as it should. But it does also mean that at the same time, maybe that's it. Because actually when I go through the code, I'll see that it has infinity and I'll say, this is not a grounded leg, which means I need to move it towards... It will move to... Yeah, I don't need to do that. It's already going to move towards 0. So I don't need to do that. Yeah, I don't need to do that at all. It'll move towards 0 on its own. Because I'll see it, and whatever value it has, I'm gonna, yeah. So it should actually be smooth then. I thought it would be discontinuous. But it's not really gonna be discontinuous. So if we have only one, but this is different though. Because I'm essentially... if count is 1, I can still do some shortcuts here. So then I also need to check if points... If it's finite. We're doing this. Why did it highlight like that? That's the wrong highlight, but okay. Okay, so there's only one, we only need to do that. Well, it's actually more if there's only one leg that is finite. So here's what I want to say. I want to say, oh man, whoa. How many legs do I have that are... that are finite? How many legs are applying ground forces? How many grounded legs? I'm counting this, right? I've already counted this. Update the leg. Release step. Update. Update. Update legs. Update legs, integrate forces, and then I get down to calculate ground forces. And custom movement forces. Right. Grounded leg count is what I'm looking for. So if we have one or grounded leg count, let me do this. If grounded leg count is less than 2, if we're less than 2, this can come down here. Oh, yep. There's count. The count's up here. For iron range, count. If you have less than 2 legs, go through everything. If this one's finite, which means it's a grounded leg, then we set it to 1. If it's not, and now it's highlighted correctly too. And if it's not, we set it to 0, and then we're done. So it doesn't really make it, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if we're down to 1 leg. This is essentially what this is saying. We're down to 1 leg that could be applying force. Or 0. Also 0. But still have to do the check. Because it's nice and generic there. Okay. Okay, new forces. Whoa. We're going to copy like gravity power. Our multiplier 2 over the number of legs that are grounded. So it's going to be grounded leg count. Because basically the only ones that are really transforming are, well, point is right there. I just have to do minus center of mass. So this should be, oh wait, no, points. It's already correct, actually. Point is just points high. And apparently I need a total anti-gravity vector. Anti-gravity is set to, yeah, that, okay. Total gravity, state step, inverse mass. So I'll just copy it. Because my application of this is going to be a little bit different. No, this should be, no, this should be the same amount of force that I plan to be applying. I'm back. Okay. This value. I need this one. Oh, right. It definitely needs to be the exact same amount of force with all limitations and everything. Essentially, my thinking was, maybe I should, I don't know, should I just have this as a, wow. Did I just say any words there? Should I have a function that, given the current number of grounded legs, because shared mass is based on grounded legs. Grounded leg count. And it is shared mass. It'll be limited to max leg force times leg mass. Where's max force used? Mm. It's also applied at at the ground point, which isn't right. It shouldn't be at the ground point. Oh, this is for D. Huh? Minimize that. Ground point. Yeah, this is kind of wrong. It should be at spring midpoint. Why is spring midpoint? No, that's correct. It's not relative to the center of mass. Yeah, the body origin. Dude. Okay. I'm not locked in. I'm not focused. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do about this? What do I do about this? I'm like I feel like I'm overactive. I'm thinking about too many things. That's what I feel like. Drink some water. Work on the playlist. This is a good one. This is a calm one. Calm enough. Oh. Okay. Is that what it is? Is that what like the real issue has been? This has just been too much stuff all at once. Just too much stuff. Written too much code. I can say well, no, not really. I was going to say my experience with like large amounts of code all at once is small, but it's kind of not. I've done a lot of like very large things. I've done larger things than this. Like all of it written by me. Not like I'm working on someone else's project and it's just a lot of code. It's like I have projects that have like 100 files that are this large. Maybe not 100, but a lot. So actually skip that one. That one starts calm and then it kind of gets a little too much. You know what? I was gonna say, what if I just don't play music? It bothers me. Something about the streaming changes like completely how I think while working on this. When I was doing the silent streams, it felt great. Like I was actually getting stuff done and I was super chill. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Leave face cam on, leave microphone on. But I'm going to chill. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm myself. Okay. Romeo, I was about to start talking out loud again. I'm gonna not talk out loud. Just gonna go. Okay. So this is specifically the max amount of force that a single leg can apply, is what this actually is, and how I should treat it. So 1 means maximum power. So wait, so the sum of everything should be 1. The sum of the whole list means we're applying full anti-gravity, if it's 1. Maybe I only do this if force total is over 1. What if I treated the numbers as kilograms? So it's like saying this leg is responsible for 20 kilograms. This leg is responsible for 20. This one's responsible for, I guess it was 64. It's just like 24 then. So if I know the total is under the mass, then I know that we're underpowered. If it's over the mass, then I know we're overpowered, and I need to normalize it all so that we're not overpowered. Keeping all the ratios. You're right in. I mean, what's the difference between saying that and exactly what I'm already doing? Where it's just 1 means max. And if it's over 1, I normalize it. I guess my thing is, like, what does it mean for it to be under 1? I mean, it just means we're underpowered. No. In order for this to work, this does have to be... This actually does have to be the full. Yeah. This is used to calculate... They made the best hog skin ever, but it's $40. What is it? You gotta... Want to get a screenshot for me or something? I'll look at it. Rainy day skin. Huh. That's not what I was thinking it would be. Was not thinking of a rainy day skin. Wow. Roadhog mains. I mean, but it does look like about how I thought it would have looked. Give me the player icon on. It's kind of crazy. Oh, it is an umbrella. I see that. That's pretty cool. Alright, so the limitation, it more or less means that whenever I calculate a force, after I calculate all the forces, I have a maximum force that I can apply. And essentially what that means is maintaining whatever the ratios are, I have to drop anything that's over the maximum to the maximum, but keeping everything scaled the same. So it means if a leg goes over its force limit then it'll be dropped down. Everything else will maintain. So it will still keep. It should, keeping all the ratios the same. It should keep the same minimal angular velocity change. It's just that it won't be negating gravity anymore, and it'll start to slowly fall down. Right. So yeah, this has to stay like this so I can just even calculate the right values in the first place, because this max length is really important for it to have a certain value. Right. Is this value always the same? Probably not. Yeah, it's probably not. Wait, is this where I should do it? The decay rate. Does that work? It probably doesn't. I think I'm getting it's not highlighting because there's another error somewhere else. Whoa. I mean, you know what, for now, maybe I just like totally ignore it actually. Maybe I just totally ignore it and let it do its best. So this will be leg, gravity power, move towards new. Let me change this to new power. Yeah, I should really be using the terms power instead of force. Okay. And for now, I'm not going to put limits on it. It's just going to be... I shouldn't need a 0. I can be sure that it's always going to be positive. It's just going to be that times that. Yeah, okay. Do that. Good. Okay. Go crawler, go. And you failed. Index 0? Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Nope. Why is that one doing that? Oh no, I think I was already yeah, I remember. I was actually testing that one. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Okay. Alright, what was the problem? Ah, the Quaternion Nan must be... Right, I forgot. Why are they Nan, though? I feel like it should be complaining to me long before that, but is that the problem? Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's all it is. How did I get 12,000 errors running that? I'm gonna guess I was probably printing like 20 times per tick. Maybe that makes sense. So what I forgot to do was whenever point is possibly an infinite vector. Yeah, I kind of forgot that part. Yeah, this is always set to a real value. It's never set to something like 0. It's just constantly updating the same value. Yeah, so before I ever use point, first iteration, I calculate all the totals. If we're not finite, skip that. We skip it. I don't know if I need to do fill with 0, but I kind of want to. Like, it's because this goes to like C++, which I know that in like production build, when you instance anything, it is not preset to 0 or some other obvious like placeholder value. You just get the memory and it doesn't, and it leaves it as whatever it is. So I'm just gonna make it 0 because I'm sure that no need to discover if that's a problem. So the point is not finite, we ignore it. It just stays at 0. And then down here, we get the max length, and we say if it is not 0, which it will be 0, because this will be 0. So then we just skip over that, and we would only decay it there. So that's good. And that's probably a lot to do. Times 0. Yeah. I mean, that should be it. Wrong thing. Okay, so I still got... What? Okay. Power total. Ah, yeah, what if power total is 0? I guess that's possible, for power total to be 0. Alright, let me just step through it and see if anything weird happens down here at the bottom. Zero. Okay. I mean, everything looks fine. I don't know. Is that sitting lower? I don't know. It is super wobbly. It's just falling to the ground. Is it sliding? No way it's drifting right now. Why are you drifting? Why would you be drifting? You can't do that. You can't. You can't drift. You can't do that. You can't do that. Why would you do that? It's impossible. It's impossible. Dude, what? I don't care. How do I have this on though? Okay, we're going back. Just trying to make you laugh. Okay. Success. Why? Why do you drift? Why can't you pick yourself up? Why is it coming back to this? Also, where's the supposed gravity vector that I'm supposed to be seeing? Cool. This has been like a problem I always had. If I do anything with... Anytime I do anything... with trying to do something with gravity, the only solution has always been to just apply full anti-gravity. Doing anything else, I get this result. It starts slipping. It has this weird slip, and it can't lift itself. So why can it not do that? Is it not applying enough force? It's not rotating. That's for sure. It's definitely not rotating. I mean, maybe it is. Because when it's walking, it seems like it's not applying enough. Is it possibly due to the virtual updates that I'm applying in the middle of it? Is that potentially it? Maybe I just need to pull this out and not do it here in the spring section. But then I'll be duplicating quite a bit of code. Where do I start? Well, first of all, I'm not getting a debug here. Like, I saw, supposedly, this debug is on for leg gravity, and I don't see anything being displayed. So I'm going to start with that. Maybe that's the hint. I don't see anything displayed because it's not doing anything. So, sure, yeah, let me check that then. So he should definitely be doing something, so let's... I also said I thought he looked like he was sitting lower, which is probably true. Do a step. What's our leg power? I could have a mistake and everything is just 0. Which would be great if that was the case. I'd love to see everything just be 0. Everything is 0. Okay. Right? Why everything's 0? I mean, I will... I knew it was sitting lower. It's definitely sitting lower than it's supposed to be. Because it's just not doing any anti-gravity right now. Okay, stop standing on... Can you... Thank you. Okay. Alright. Decay rate. I want to see what decay rate is first. Like 0.35. Okay, cool. Count 6. They're all on. Okay, we got real values. Oh, these are the center legs. Okay, yeah, that's why. I was like, how is that nearly 0? It's a center leg. Okay, grounded leg count is less than 2. Grounded leg count should be 6. Current value 6. Cool. Go through everything. Oh, do I have like a is not? If not is finite continue. No, that's right. Anti-gravity should look like something kind of a very large Y only value. Oh, yeah, that's actually because it's actually funny. The mass of the body is 64 kilograms, and the step size is 1/64th. So it's essentially multiplying it by 1 here. So yeah, it's actually just the exact same as gravity. Okay, new power will be a copy of this, which is all zeros currently. Multiply should be just 1/3. Yep. Rotation total. Rotation total is 0. So we're going to sum up all the rotations. So the rotation normal there should be something. Yep. Rotations is just going to be 0. Yeah, they're just going to... This whole thing is going to be 0 too. Oh. Wait, I've got a problem. Okay. I get it. So initially being 0 is wrong. If it is in contact with the ground, it should initially be... If it's currently 0, I need some way that when a leg is on the ground, maybe what I do is I have like some sort of probing. Yeah, it could be like a probing power or something. So if I ever end up with a 0 at this point, I have like a minimum amount. Also, this should not be new power. This should just be called leg. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe this is just some minimum value. It can never be 0. And that's like a probing force. It's very small, so it should basically do nothing. But it's just enough that initially being at 0, it can ramp up to do something. So I always have a minimum here. Everything can still drop to 0 after this, because I can say, oh, we should be 0. And then it just goes to 0. But yeah, I think that's it. Have a minimum power level here. This could probably just be state inverse mass. But then 1 kilogram fails. Let me just say let me just say mass times some very small value. So 64, this would be 0.64. Which is actually way too much. Okay, maybe I actually just have it be some very small value here. Something large enough that it will catch and, you know, and be like, you know, we got to ramp up, right? Or we gotta go up to 0 because we're adding something that we shouldn't be adding. Some very small value. .1%. Yeah. Okay. 0.1% might be fine. List off the breakpoints. Yes. So now I guess I just look to see if that math even made sense in the first place. Let's get down here. .005. That might be a little high, but we'll see. Okay. Here's all the rotations, very small. Yeah, I mean they're really, really small. Okay, but there's something. But hopefully this means that when I do new gradient, it will be something. Because it'll be some value minus some value instead of 0 minus 0, which is just 0. Okay, cool. This one has calculated to have some value. So it should mean my work delta is very slightly positive. It wants to do something. Okay. Although I think rotation total actually is probably 0. Oh, it's such a small value. Okay, what if rotation total is 0? Okay, if rotation total is 0, then it wants to maintain, which means new grad will be the same as grad. Which means it'll just kind of go through here and just say, yeah, keep the same value. And then I guess it just matters of new power. Okay, so it has some value now. Very, very small. Okay, cool. All right, and since we're actually decaying 0, that's even better. All right, I was worried for saying that it might decay straight to nothing. But since the initial work is already 0, it's actually not going to decay at all. It's just going to say, let's start doing something. Okay. Is this right? Is it the right analogy? That when a leg is doing nothing, it should try a little bit to start doing something? Which is like, if it's grounded, there's a minimum amount of force it's applying so that it can get that feedback. I guess that makes sense. Because then otherwise, if it should be doing nothing, then it will... The iteration will go through and say, oh yeah, we should do nothing. But it's always doing a little bit. Maybe it's more like resistance, I guess, in that sense. Where even though you're telling the motor not to turn, it still has a built-in resistance to actual turning, and it can detect when that happens. That's my analogy. That's what this means. This is that resistance. It probably doesn't work at all. I mean, it's probably a terrible one, but yeah. All right, continue. All right, so do we have power on everyone? It says 0, but yeah. They all have some power. Cool. And then we normalize it. And it will... normalize to a very large positive value. Okay, so now we think that we're doing this. Awesome. Now we think we're doing a lot of power. So now it can go through and say, all right, well, now we're doing this or whatever. And it's going to iterate through that and say, okay, now we can probably improve that. Okay, so now rotation total, if we were to apply right now, says basically nothing, which is great. I mean, it should be basically nothing. The legs are already well balanced, equally sharing the power. Or each leg has it's symmetrical, like that. I don't know what the words are. Symmetrical. So if each motor does if each leg does the same amount of force, it should perfectly cancel out. But then I never... Whoa, they all decayed pretty hard. Alright. I'll be right back. Gotta take the dog out. I'll step through that again when I get back. I'm back. Okay. Right, yeah. Let's let me just watch this again. So I'm gonna skip, well, I mean, I guess I won't skip the first one because the first one should still say. I think it's just that, jeez. Yeah, like the minimum size of this stuff is kind of annoying. Yeah, let's see. Let's just jump right down here. Please? Yeah, sure. Gonna like count 6. Okay. Rotations. Some values. Rotation total. Like error bars at 0, basically. Actually, I'm actually not really sure why that's even like a value at all. Like, it shouldn't even be a value. These legs are very precisely placed. I don't know. Okay. I'll just hit continue again. Power total is that. So if I guess I just hit continue. New power, pretty equal share. I wanted to look at this because I thought this might have been a sign of something being way too intense. So these look good. It's the gradient. It's the work. The total should be, yeah, error bars at 0 basically. So it'll basically do nothing. It shouldn't have any change. But work delta might be too high. Oh, because this is supposed to be... No, that's right. No, wait, this is right, though. But I am doing a decay every... This just seems too much. 0.005. I mean, it feels like it's doing too much. Because then basically everything's going to decay down slightly. And it's probably going to be in a bad spot. Oh wait, no, I think I was looking at total force, which total force has a limit on how fast it can change. That's what I was looking at. Whoa, what? Work delta is like a very large value now. Why? That's a huge change. It's like 10 times more. Okay, let me actually pay attention to this. Okay. Because this should just be doing nothing. So, and there's current grad. New grad. Three, 6, 7, 0, 5, 8. Four, 9, 6, 9, 9. It's the same value. Okay, in the new work it says it wants to drop it to that. Okay. That's crazy. Why? Why would it do that? Why? I mean, I guess it's like weird. It's weird. It's weird. This doesn't seem right. New work doesn't seem right. Maybe division by max length is wrong. Because new work, it should look at this and essentially say, it should look at this and say, let's not change anything. Because we're already doing exactly what we should be doing to cancel it. Which is right up here, new grad. Essentially comes out to be the same thing, right? Okay. So maybe... So should it be work times new grad length over grad length? Is that the mistake? Okay. I gotta think about that. I mean, this is correct because I did the tests. this works. This gives me a stable answer like instantly, basically. I guess I just never really looked at it, and it's kind of weird. I mean, I'm sure after the normalization it'll come back, and everything will look like an equal share. That's my assumption. Even though this is going to reduce everything to like kind of an intense reduction, it's going to be normal by the end of it. Yeah, these are all like the exact same value, right? Very slight deviations. Yeah, you know, pretty still. Yeah. All right. But now everything will step towards it. So what is that step looking like? 0.125. Sure. Is it really spot on 0.1? I mean, yeah, it's 8 times step, so that's as far as I can go in one go. Wait, honestly, maybe I should let it be higher, lower than that. But I mean, it is kind of precise. It does need to be able to change quickly. It does have to be able to change quickly. And in electronics, you're basically limited by like speed of light. So I operate in a 64th of a second. A real robot would probably operate in like 1,000th of a second. That would probably be how. And motors are, they can start applying high torque really, really fast. Rotation, you know, rotation output might take a while, but about as quick as an instant is to a person is how fast they could pretty much reach maximum output. Interesting, but then I normalize it here again. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't be doing that. These... It's more that if it's greater than 1. If the total is greater than 1, then I need to make sure it's not going over 1. Well, maybe what I mean to say is limit the maximum value to 1. So if I ever see anything over 1, I take that as a maximum, and then I normalize it all. So that it has that length of 1. And then I multiply it back out by its power total. So this normalization here is probably kind of poor because even though I'm like moving it at a rate of change, I kind of drop the fact that I even do a rate of change at all with this bit. So So what I want to do is I want to limit it so that the sum is not greater than 1, and the largest value in the list is not greater than 1. I want to do both of those things. I guess I can have the limit up here. Which then here I actually do normalize it. So that's already guaranteed. Whatever I'm moving towards won't output a value greater than 1. But in the middle here, it could, I guess, initially happen. Or each individual thing that we're moving towards is not greater than 1. It's between 0 and 1. So this can't be greater than 1. But the total could be greater than 1. So then I need to fix it by limiting that. Okay, that's all I had to do there. Alright, taking off the breakpoints and gonna see. Alright, so I don't like that because it's jumping up and down every frame. That's really not good. Okay, so let me see why it does that. Because it shouldn't be doing that. Okay, so current... What? Oh, that's just insane. That's not right at all. That's just not right at all. Okay. I mean, it's right in the sense that it's gonna be... This looks like it's probably gonna balance out perfectly. But it's also wrong in the sense that those ones that are at 0.23, almost 0.24, should be decaying and giving back to everything else. Hi, Yulia. We gotta stop calling it Norma. You gotta stop calling it Norma. At this rate, I might give it one of those stupid letter number names. That I remember specifically saying that I think is very lazy writing to name anything in a fictional setting, any robot in a fiction setting with some letters and some numbers. Only if you're gonna ban me, okay. Well, then I guess for now we're at a stalemate. I'm gonna finally use AI on that. No. My timer went off. I've got to take a break, but I'm going to look at this. Well, I mean, I guess I should just stop. What's rotation total? A huge rotation, okay. So that's a problem. That's a third. That's kind of right. So basically, there's that. That's rotation total, which means this actually wants to go more? Oh yeah, because the back legs are having the problem and the front legs need to do something. Let's guess our URL. Met doesn't ask it. That seems too high. I feel like that's just way too high. I mean, it's still here that it's like strange. Is this actually? No, it's just being weird. Okay, so it actually wants to, yeah, it wants to blow this one up. Wait a second, greater than 1? I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. New work is going to be like 0.5 or something. Okay, yeah, it was 0.3. That's a lot. Work delta is 0.08. Sure. So new power looks like it's going right up to a very equal share. Very equal share. Okay. And then I want to see that leg should just do the same thing. Yep. The middle legs, I think, should kind of do nothing. They should look at it and be like, oh, I don't want to do anything. I want to change. Okay, but it is basically going to like hit this and be like, oh, I can't even affect that rotation. So it's going to do like, dot grad is going to be like a very tiny value. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it literally did nothing to work delta. It's just going to reduce it slightly. Which might, I mean, it might just be too much. 10% per second might be too much of a reduction. I want to see these legs, what they drop to. New power is looking pretty equal. It's negative. Whoa. Okay. Right, so that's a... That actually doesn't really make much sense. Does the multiplier need to be on rotation total instead? It probably does. It's probably supposed to be on rotation total instead. Let's see that. And now it's doing nothing. Really? Now we just do nothing at all. Damn. How's probing not taking effect though? That was my idea here, is that this would do this. Because yeah, I'm expecting that like gravity powers are all 0, yep. But then I'm adding something here. Right? And then I'm summing up the rotations. Which, I mean, even if it is 0, it should still come in as something. Okay, it's actually not 0, it's a large value, which is fine. As long as it was something. Right, yeah, it's gonna say let's not change anything. Work is currently 0. So it's gonna say let's do something now. Okay, so it comes in here and says let's do something. Wait, this should be new power, not like gravity power. That's dumb. Yeah, that should be new power. I literally had it written as new power and I changed it to the other one and then I was like, yeah, I'm just an idiot. Okay. I literally changed that and changed it with it. Yeah, just dumb. And now I see something and I don't see flickering. Okay. What if I push you? Alright, you kind of really struggle with... Oh, you're drifting again, though. Why do you drift? Yeah, why is the vector pointing that way? That's really sus. Why did I say that? It should be pointing straight up. It should only be pointing straight up. And it's not pointing straight up. Is it because I don't apply it at the right... Man. Alright, well, it's break time, so... Yeah, I'm gonna be a bit... Gonna be walking the dog, getting food, and then I'll be back. So it'll be a little bit... I mean, it's gonna be a short walk, so it's really not gonna be that long, but it's gonna be a little bit more than normal. Okay, I'll be back. So like a... Jeez, that looks so silly. Can I just say, like, a timer? Okay, cool. Oh, I've never used it before, so I'm just gonna use Google. I'm just gonna use Google. It's whatever. I'm thinking I'd love to be able to type in the number. So I guess I just type it. 30. Alright, there we go. There's a timer. Full screen? Cool. I'll be back. I'm back. All right. Um. All right, have we got food? I'm gonna eat. Whoops. That was my mistake. Awesome. Only took me, what, like 40 minutes to figure that out? I was multiplying it by shared mass when it should have been multiplied by mass? Okay. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that was. I mean, likely this should not be like mind. Between that and shared mass. It seems like it can't It can't actually climb now, which is odd. Not sure why it can't actually do that. Like right beyond 45 meters, it is basically stuck. And it is falling. And it seems like right at 90 degrees, it can't. It literally just can't climb this anymore. Anti-gravity is not enough to keep it up. Interesting. Okay. So it's basically at an equilibrium where its acceleration upwards is making up for gravity pulling it down, because its legs can't apply enough anti-gravity, even though all of them are in contact with the ground. So I don't know. It's possibly a spring problem. I mean, it definitely is. Because right now, the center of mass is just above its hind legs, actually. It might even get to a point where it's going to actually flip over and just totally give up. I am assuming if I were to pause it, which I will pause it, and I were to look at the power levels, I'm assuming the hind legs are like at 0.5 combined, and then, or 0.5 each, nearly there. And these top legs are 0, and these legs might be some very small positive value. That's my guess. Yep. Exactly what I thought. So this is at equilibrium where it won't incur any rotation, but I need it to. The springs can cancel it out. The springs are strong enough that they can cancel it out. The back legs spring up to push out, so we get that rotation. And the front legs pull in to get that rotation. So basically, even though anti-gravity would twist the body that way, off the wall, I guess if I do it to match the visual, even though the anti-gravity will twist the body off the wall like that, the springs are able to pull it back on. The springs are able to apply a stronger force gripping out on the wall. So yeah. But that's good. That's what my prediction was, and that's exactly what it is. The back two legs are full power. All the legs are doing nothing because they would create rotation. So the question is, how can I include, I guess, what the springs are doing as rotation? And maybe that's exactly what I do. Maybe I look at these and I add this onto my total rotation so that by the time we do the calculation, once we do the calculation, it'll have that information added into it. So it'll know, hey, I'm starting at this large, like, rotation that's pushing me off the wall. Or maybe they need to kind of operate together. Maybe I need to do them at the same time. I need to merge these together somehow. Okay. I'll be back. back. Okay. Now, I need to include rotations applied by the springs. Or I allow the springs to counter the rotation, which they can do that. It's like somehow I need to allow a little bit of rotation. How do I allow a little bit of rotation on both sides? It's more that the anti-gravity needs to somehow be anticipating that some of the rotation it's applying is going to be corrected by the springs. Can be corrected by springs. Maybe what it is I run the springs. And somehow for each leg I'm adding up the rotation that it's applying to the whole body. That's not enough. Maybe it's like I apply the previous tick anti-gravity power. I see what the rotation change is, and I use that as the rotation, as the total rotation on the next tick. And then it will iterate and try to correct for that. Yeah, you know what I think it is? Okay, I think I see what it is. Every iteration through here, I grab the leg data. What I do is I run through the legs. I calculate, maybe this is where instead of doing apply impulse and like doing virtual updates, I just purely do it on my own transform. Because I know what apply impulse is gonna do. I know how it affects linear velocity and things like that. Oh. Right. Well, what is this? Part of it is that the inertia changes. Whenever I change the rotation of the body, once I rotate the body, the inertia, that like inverse inertia thing changes. So. So what I'm doing down here is update linear velocity, and then I do the angular velocity change. And if I change the angular velocity, then I need to update this so that inertia is accurate, right? So I think what I'm doing here is I do a supply impulse. But I can know what the change in angular velocity is here, so I can pre-calculate it. And I say, all right, this is my rotation on this spring now. And then I apply my leg's gravity, my current leg's gravity, update the rotation again, such that the two should cancel out. They should cancel out. So even when it's on the wall, the springs are, you know, the springs will push out a little bit, and then it's going to rotate, and it's going to say, all right, let's do less rotation. Okay, maybe it's the other way around then. Maybe I calculate the power that I'm doing. Then I use that. I update virtually. Then I get local velocity. Well, I guess I have to have this saved every time. Yeah. I think the order of this is that I have to take my current anti-gravity, essentially the result from the previous frame, apply it this frame. Or kind of like pre-apply it, I guess. Get what the spring should do based on that. Which, I mean, I think I did have it before where I was doing this first. Maybe I go back to that. I move this back up top. Because, I mean, really what springs are is they are like constraints, which I believe constraints by their nature should apply after the body's collisions have been calculated and any forces are applied. So it's, okay, not really position, but the position from the previous frame plus all the forces that are calculated this frame. Anything that's not a constraint, really. And then the constraints will fix those forces. Constraints can also fix any position change, so... yeah, whatever. So yeah, I think maybe what I do is I bring this back up top to the initial calculation. I bring this back up. And then I add on top of that what I think the legs will do. So then the springs operate under the assumption that the legs are going to do exactly what they were doing last time. So they can basically do that pull and push, right? So the top legs will pull, bottom legs will push. Because that's what it's going to read. It's going to read that it's that spring on the top is too far and the spring on the bottom is too close, so it's going to push away, pull in. And then I also save the rotations that those are applying to each leg, so that as like a baseline, so whenever I'm factoring in what the overall rotation is, I'm already accounting for what the springs have canceled for me. Because the anti-gravity has to know it operates that it's not going to increase angular velocity. It's trying its best not to do that. Effectively minimize its changes to angular velocity. So it needs to know if there are any additional changes to angular velocity that are already happening, which would be the springs. The springs would be doing that. Whoa. I guess technically it also knows that this is going to happen. So I could start the rotation as saying we're going to negate this much already. But yeah, I think that's the order of it. I apply previous frame's leg powers. I calculate what the spring should do. And then I also save out what rotation that spring is added to the overall body. I think it's maybe more like a per leg rotation. So I could look at it, and instead of doing well, because Because each leg does like partial work for canceling out rotation to whatever ability it can. I'm confusing myself. Maybe I could just solve it by translating the midpoints up to the body plane. So that way, when I'm calculating what I'm adding, I calculate additions purely in reference to I mean, in that case, it's going to be like literally, what am I going to add? Because right now, if I have it underneath it, then it oh, also, huh? Yeah, because really, ultimately, it's about reducing any pitch, roll, and yaw. It's more about what happens when it's sideways on a wall. I need it to like know that it's going to do this off of the wall, but that it should ignore that. I guess one thing I can do is if I know that every leg is applying some rotation, then I exclude that. So if every leg is adding pitch, to some degree I could ignore that. To some degree. Not completely, I think. Because it's still possible for a wall to be like this and the crawl to be like this. And so balancing on that would be to, I mean, stay at this position. Because otherwise, if I know that everyone is like pushing up like that and it's going to like spin the body that way, I don't really want to ignore that. I want it to not do that. I wanted to keep it like that. But also, if it's like this, everything is doing like the exact same thing in some direction. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe for every I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. Wait. Jeez, what do I do about this? I'm just totally actually falling asleep. Never gonna finish this. I'm actually just never gonna finish it. Can I just get like unlimited days in a row that I'm able to go for like 9 hours in this without wanting to fall asleep? Whatever idea I had, I lost it too. I mean, it was like somehow I would be able to disregard the fact that every leg is applying positive rotation and just ignore that, but I can't really do that because there's a point just prior to that where the legs that are applying positive rotation are canceled by a leg applying negative rotation. So then we're like, okay, well, we're good. And then on the next tick, it goes to saying, oh, all these legs are applying positive rotation. But leading up to that whole thing, the front legs are losing power because they're applying too much rotation. And then the middle legs are losing power. At the threshold that it crosses over, the back two legs are applying 50 between them, or 100% between them, and the forward legs are doing nothing. And then that's the tick that I'm supposed to say, allow them all to do something. That's not it. The thing is, the springs are nice because they feed back negatively into themselves, right? A spring wants to expand, so it expands. And then it says, oh, I've gone too far, I need to come back. So it pulls. Anti-gravity isn't like that. How do I know? How can I treat it like it's a spring, where it has a negative feedback to itself? How does it know when it's gone too far? I mean, the thing is, the anti-gravity isn't really like that either. It's essentially just an extra vector to the leg springs that are pushing the body left and right, really. So the springs always push the body up. They also need to push the body left, forward, and backwards and right, right? How can I make them do all of that? I think I had this idea for a moment, and then I said, no, I need to make this work. So what was that idea? I think the idea was, once I make contact with the ground, I have another spring that basically points which way does this spring point? Spring direction. The hell is spring direction? It's just upright. So if I could figure out exactly how to convert these springs into being the only thing, the spring is either pushing or pulling, and that's it. I mean, that should be possible. I should be able to do everything that I need to do with just a single spring. Maybe not. Because now I'm looking at how shallow this angle is from this point to here. Like, this could still be fine for stability, but like for negating gravity, it's got to push really, really hard. And it has to have a leg on the side to account for that. Because if you notice, the shape of these legs is not a straight line in there. It's this. It's this 3-segment thing. And the reality is these two joints, and I guess probably this third one too, share a lot of the work in lifting the body and keeping it from rotating. So it's more like the force points are up here. Right, this is where it transfers into the ground, but this is like where the body, these joints is where the body actually experiences torque and lift. So I don't want to simulate 3, possibly 4 springs, and then to manage, or even go to like just the joints and like do 2 or 3 joints and manage their rotations and all of that. The legs are there mostly for decoration. They have some real impact, which is, you know, the end of the leg actually does decide where it's in contact with the floor and when it's in contact with the floor. But other than that, the forces applied on the body are kind of made up. They're just supposed to look reasonable. So yeah, I probably have to merge these. I have to bring all the power calculation up here to account for whatever the spring could rotate by. But then the spring also has to be able to accept, also has to be able to counter it, which means it needs to kind of operate on the previous frame's results. So that on this frame, I mean, I don't know. It's like which one comes first, right? I could pick which one comes first, but I don't think either one is supposed to come first. They're supposed to be at the same time. It's supposed to say, yeah, I'd like to do this, but I'm going to cause this rotation. And then anti-gravity comes and says, okay, cool. I'm going to cause this rotation. And then if they cancel out, then we're good. But my whole calculation of the leg power for anti-gravity is that it works because it's constantly trying to not create angular velocity. And I mean, I guess that's the term, right? It's trying to not create it, which means it needs to, if I want it to account for whatever spring is going to do, then that needs to just happen at the same time. Spring needs to say, I'm going to do this. Anti-gravity can say, I'm going to do this. And it's like, all right, on the one hand, this spring for the front left leg is going to do negative rotation. And then on the other hand, the anti-gravity for the front leg is going to do positive rotation. So they cancel out. I mean, I guess maybe it's more like the sum of the rotation is... No, I can't do that. I was going to say, it's going to be whatever I'm going to add, plus whatever the spring is going to add. But initially, the springs are not adding anything. That's kind of what they're... They actually don't add a rotation. Okay, so it's more like... I need to take whatever anti-gravity is going to add, and then save that, let the springs run with that, and then save whatever the springs have done, and then come back and say, all right, so doing this, doing anti-gravity here, plus the springs results in no rotation. So I say, all right, cool. No rotation total. I mean, maybe that is it. Maybe that is it. Because then I say, whatever I'm doing minus 0 is going to be the same value. So it's going to come out and say, all right, well, let's not change it because we think we're not adding rotation. Maybe it's more like the total and then subtract whatever the spring on this leg was adding at the time. Because then it might even say, all right, we need to do more because the spring is doing something. Probably not. I mean, I guess you can just add up the rotation total for whatever all the legs are going to add individually. And then prior to each one, I go in there and I say, all right, but this one, no, not even that. It would have to be up here. The rotation of this one is going to be its rotation normal times that minus... No, that also doesn't work because then rotation ends up being 0 and we start at 0 and we say let's not do anything because we're already at 0. And then rotation total would be 0 too. Okay. I think I gotta call it. I gotta call it. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. I sure hope I am. I would really like to be. I really want to do this game. Something's just got me. Something's got me. Just overall. I mean, I've had some reasons these last few days, but it's also just like in general. Even on like the good days, it's, I can't. So, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.